Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I
Morning.
do have something to run
Hello.
by you guys before we start class because I'm getting a parse error after going through the steps of
Hmm.
setting up from Wednesday night's class. And it says it's near like a bracket. I can screen share if you want me to
Yeah.
show. Um, Share. Let me make this bigger. Okay, so down here, down here is where it says the parse error, but I wasn't sure if that was something and how I copied the information from the module review or because it was for the Express setup.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, let's look at your server.js. Wow.
Okay. There's nothing in it right now.
Oh, okay. Um,
I got that parse
yeah.
error and I was like, I need to pause and make sure I've got it right.
Okay. Did you have anything in there before?
Um,
I
I
think you would
think I
have to
actually
get
ended
that.
up deleting it and restarting the
Mhm.
process to see if I could get it to work, and
Okay.
I may not have put anything in there yet.
Okay. Yeah, so I think yeah, grab the thing I shared in the channel in the in Slack, the
Okay.
server.js, and just throw that in there. It's just above the, yeah, there you go. Cool. Cool. All right. Yeah. Try to run it again and see.
Okay.
Um, did you open editors? Okay. Yep. Can you pull your terminal up a little bit so I can see
Yes.
more of it? Yeah, please. Thank you.
And it
Okay.
still says parse
Still get the
error.
parse. Okay. Let's see. Um, you're in expense. So you're in the right folders. That's good. That should work. You got the opening bracket. Uh, do an npm install just to see if maybe something changed there.
Just I, right?
Yeah, that's
NPM
fine. Yeah. And then try to run your server again.
I. Remind me of how
In npm start.
NPM start.
Okay. Go to your package.json
Mm,
and let's see what's going on in here. Because you're missing start, but it still should have ran because you're in a server. Okay, do in your terminal, do node space server.js. No module file. Okay, so I don't think you have Express there. Um, is your, oh, I see. Okay. Go to your file tree on the left and close expense API.
close
See
it
how
out.
server,
Like,
no, just like that. See how server.js is outside of that folder?
uh-huh.
So you have your server outside of
Oh,
your
that
server
would
folder,
help.
basically.
So it
Yeah.
needs to go inside the expense API folder.
Well, really what it should be, open that folder back up. All of that should be outside, like just in
All
the
of
server
this.
folder. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me see if I,
So I will see if I can rearrange.
yeah, you should be able to just pull it all out.
Okay.
Good. Let me make sure. Go to here.
The package dash lock.json, does it need to be outside?
It does,
Well,
but you can actually delete it. Um,
okay.
and then delete your node modules folder. Don't try to drag that out because it's huge.
Let's see. Go up.
See, it opened up to all that stuff. So yeah, you just
Yep.
kill it. Yeah, if you
So
just
this
close
one,
that up. Yeah, yeah.
just do I delete it
Yep.
or
Yeah, just leave it.
okay?
There you go. So there's nothing in your expense API now. You can delete that folder.
Oh, delete.
Cool. So now you have your server folder with your
Uh-huh.
server.js actually inside of it.
Okay.
You don't, I think um, probably when I was talking about server folder and like API folder, probably got mixed up there. But yeah, you just need one.
Okay,
Um,
perfect.
so now just run npm install in your terminal. Well, actually, your terminal's gonna be wrong now. So
Clear it.
I think, yeah,
Oh,
clear it, open a new one, and then that's gonna put you in expense tracker. So you need to cd into your server folder.
okay, let's see. For
Yep.
my brain is not functioning
No,
yet.
you're good. Just do an ls. So you see the server folder there.
Uh-huh.
So now
And then
cd in the server. There you go. So now you can see you're in the server folder. So now, and you can verify, do a ls again. And so the package JSON, that's what's going to tell you that you're in a place that you can actually run your npm commands.
okay.
So now do
So,
npm install. There you go. So you see the node modules folder came back up.
yes. Perfect.
So
Okay.
now run your,
Now run the Express setup.
yep, all you got to, it should just do npm start and it should work.
Okay.
Give it a go. Beautiful. There you go.
Fantastic. Okay,
Yep.
great. I will stop my sharing now.
Yep. All good. That's
Thank
very
you.
common. So it's good. It's a good for everyone to see for sure.
Yes.
All right.
I actually was having the same issue, or a similar issue.
Yeah.
And I was kind of following along with Elizabeth to try and do what she was doing as well. But I can't remember what my problem was. I could never get my how it was how you would open up a new it would open up a new browser and say hit test or test hit or whatever it was.
Hmm. Hmm.
It never would do that. That was the problem that I was having, and I never could get that sorted out.
Okay. You want to share your screen? We'll walk through it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Let's see. So yeah, all your stuff looks like it's in the right spot. That's good. Can you pull your terminal up, please? We can see it.
Yes. Come on now.
Yeah, it's
There
it's
we
a pain
go.
sometimes.
Is
Cool. Okay, so
that
yeah, go ahead
good?
and start. Yeah, that's good. To do your npm start,
Okay. npm start.
and then
Oh, okay.
let me look. Yeah, your routes look fine. Okay, so yeah, open a browser
Okay.
and just do
Okay.
HTTP and change 8080 to 3000.
Okay.
And not good. Okay. Um, let's see. I think I had the same issue when I was doing it. Let's go back to your code real quick.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I know why, because we didn't tell it the route. That's what the thing was. Yep. So
Oh.
the 3000 gets us to the server itself, but it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't tell it like where to go in the server. So
Okay.
that slash test route is where we want to go. So
Okay.
just put slash test on the end of your URL in your browser.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Slash. Oh, shoot. Well, um, slash. Is it all one word?
Yep.
Okay. Test route.
Oh, it's just test. Just
Oh,
test.
oops. Okay.
Yep. There you go.
Oh, okay. There we go. All right.
Yep. Yeah. So
Okay.
bring your code back up real quick.
Okay.
So on line 8, what's in that string there? It literally
Mm-hmm.
says test. Like that's literally what you're gonna put slash whatever that is.
Okay.
That's how it knows
Okay.
that route to hit.
Okay. So whenever I put anything, in the server, I could have put slash porridge or whatever. And as long as I, put that in there, it would find it.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very
Cool.
much.
Yep, no worries.
Stop sharing.
Yeah. Wayne, you got any questions? You can round it out. You're muted.
No, I'm good. For the
You good?
most part, I spent the time reading, so I
Okay,
haven't really done a lot of coding
gotcha. Okay,
until last minute.
no worries. We're gonna do it today.
Nice.
All right, let's kick this off. We're gonna do a little. Where'd my thing go? Oh, it's over here. A switcheroo. So we were gonna wait till next week to do database, but I want to go ahead and do it this week, get it all set up, because otherwise we have to kind of make like a fake object in our server and all that stuff, which you're never gonna do. So it's much more realistic for us to have a server or to have a database to work with. So we're gonna spend some time setting up a database and then talking about it. And then your homework will be like learning about SQL, which will be a new language for you. And then next Saturday, we'll actually start like putting the front and back all together. So that's kind of our plan. And I think we're doing really good. Like you guys are catching on really well. So we can probably do some more advanced stuff as we go. So very good. I put 2 links in the Slack channel. This is the gist that I put in there, which we'll go over. But that way you guys can open it up and kind of see what you need and everything. And the other one is to Supabase, which Supabase is so you may have heard terms like SAS and IFAS and uh, BAS, right? Maybe not. But basically, so SAS is software as a service. So like the dashboard thing we're building is a software as a service. Basically, like if you go to a website like Wikipedia, like that's a website, right? But if you go to like Salesforce or basically any software that you would use through the internet, it's going to be a SaaS product, software as a service. What Supabase is it's a backend as a service. So it kind of provides a lot of the server functionality, so you don't have to build it in. And then it also provides a database, and authentication, and just a ton of other things, which makes it really more of an infrastructure as a service, because it just provides you like all the infrastructure for the back end of your product. So you can use it like and not even have your own server. Like with Scooper Hero, I don't have a server running. I have all my stuff in Supabase, like functions and database and authentication, all that stuff. But also you can use it like we're going to use it and have your own server, and just we're kind of going to use it as a database and maybe eventually with authentication and things, but mainly as a database. It's free to a point. We won't be paying for it here. But once you get like with Scooper Hero, it's like $25 a month for the pro plan thing. But it's really good. It's open source, and it's pretty much the best one there is. Firebase is another one that's owned by Google, which is not open source, but it's a similar concept. Has a database, has kind of all the things that you could use it for. So what we're going to use it for right now, like I said, is database. So go here and create an account. The easiest way to do it is with your GitHub. So when you click it, it'll just log in with your GitHub credentials, and it'll just make it. So I'll give you guys a few minutes just to set that up. Definitely holler if you're having any issues. I think it has you like what is it called? Authenticate your email or whatever. But once you get all that done, you should see kind of like my screen. It'd probably have a big box like start your first plan or something like that. Definitely pick the free plan.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So there's some security questions whenever you're setting up your first project. And I'm just curious. I'm sure that we need to do the API one, but the enable automatic RLS.
Yeah, don't do that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so I bet I can, oh, that's organization. Let me, oh, there we go. Yeah, so yeah, you're seeing this. Yeah, enable data API, yes. And then yeah, don't check the RLS one. And nothing in advanced either. Make sure you remember your password. You can reset it if you need to, but it's a pain. RLS is row level security, which is really good when you are actually going to make your project live. And it basically doesn't allow like SQL injections and things, and then also protects in case like one user would only see like their stuff, not somebody else's stuff, and they can't like update somebody else's. Just kind of protects against all that stuff. Right now, it's super annoying because it will try to block us from anything we want to do. So for our purpose, we don't want it right now. But you definitely, when, like I said, go to production, you definitely want it. And you have to set up a bunch of rules. It's a whole thing. Oh, once y'all get to this screen, let me know. I see you, Wayne. See you, Elizabeth. All good? All right, cool. This is going to be our project. I'll just kind of give you a real brief overview. One of the homework things will be watching a video on this. So you'll kind of, it's a 100-second video, so it's not long, but it'll give you the gist. But basically in our sidebar over here, we have like our project overview, which is in here, our table editor, which is we can go in and look at our tables and make edits if necessary. It's more point and click. Our SQL editor is going to be where we're going to live. SQL, in case you didn't know, structured query language. It's the most popular database language. I'm not going to get too deep into database right now, but basically we're going to have a relational database because things are going to relate to each other. But again, we'll get deeper into that later. But in the SQL editor is where we can actually write SQL. And so we can insert records, search records, update, delete, the whole shebang. And then as we go down, these are just other kind of options. This database one like shows you, we don't have any tables, but it's kind of like a big map of your tables and like how they connect together. It's a visualizer, as it says. Now, like I said, they have authentication, they have cloud storage, edge functions, a bunch of other stuff. So for our purpose, we're really going to be kind of table editor, SQL editor. But first, we have to actually connect to our database. So if you look at the docs, that's number one -2, I guess, we need to find our keys so that we can then tell our project, hey, these are the keys to use to connect to your database. So if we go, there's a big connect button just up top here with a little plug. So you can click that. And then we are going to be, we're not using a framework, but it's the closest to what we're going to be doing. Just to go over the other ones, MCP, I'm sure you maybe have heard that recently. That's big with AI. So basically you can give your agent tools to interact with your database and everything else. We're not doing that, but you can. ORMs, you don't need to memorize any of this, by the way, just going over it so you hear it. ORM is object relational map. And so it's using third-party libraries in your server to interact with your database. So instead of writing queries directly, you can use things like Prisma and Drizzle, and there's a bunch more, to basically write more JavaScripty things to interact instead of writing straight SQL. So it's much, it will do you a lot more good if you understand how to write SQL versus trying to manipulate your JavaScript to write SQL. I'll say that. Because you're going to go to jobs and things, and they're going to be like, hey, I need to query the database and find all the, whatever. So being able to just jump in your SQL editor and just write some SQL will take you much further than being like, okay, well, hold on, I got to set up the ORM, I got to do this thing and this. So yeah, much better just to understand the SQL. Cool. Direct string, this is, I don't have a good example for it. Okay, this is like in VS Code, you could set up a direct string to run SQL queries like directly from VS Code. Instead of coming in here and doing it in the SQL editor, you could do it that way. Okay, but we're not doing any of that. We're going to write our queries directly in here, and we're going to write them in our JavaScript using the Supabase API. So, okay. The keys we need our project URL, which is actually there's an easier way to do this. Go to your project settings. So go to the left, down to project settings, and then go down to API keys under settings. And then go to the legacy little tab right here, legacy anon service role. And then this is going to give us more of what we want. So once everybody get here. Okay. On this, grab this anon key, just hit copy and just paste it on a little clipboard or something. Just put it down here. Make sure you know what it is. I'm put anon key. And then grab the service role as well. You can hit reveal and then copy. And where did my thing go? Right there. Service role. Okay, and then we also need our URL, which is let's see. I think it's back under connect. Yeah, so if you go back to the connect button again up top and then scroll down, right here it says next public Supabase URL. Just grab that whole thing. You don't need the publishable key, I don't think, but just the URL, and just paste that wherever you put the rest of it.
Okay, where's the connect thing?
Yep. Should be big green right up at the top.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yep. And we just want that URL right there, which is up here, but it's kind of in the mess of all this other stuff. So All right. Everybody got those three? Not yet. Good. All right. So these keys are what gives access to your database. So don't share them, right? Um, People could come in like once you I mean, if you start paying for it, even without it, like people come in and manipulate your data, right? So we don't want that to happen. So the ADON key, I think, is a public key you can use, but like service role keys and any or other keys you have, unless it says like publishable, you don't want to publish it, right? You don't like we need to make sure this doesn't get to our GitHub. That like if you were making a video and you showed the key, like you have to change the key. It's a very important thing. It's all the hacking and everything that we're hearing about lately, and even in the past. It's all because of exposed keys, pretty much. Like people just see the keys, the AIs grab the keys, throw the keys around, and people get access and do bad things. So very important to not expose your keys. And if you think they're exposed, just come in and make new ones. You can always do that. So in order to do that, we're going to create our .env file, which we'll get into, and then our git ignore. Like those are our two big things, right? The .env is where you're going to store your keys. The git ignore is where you're going to ignore that file so that it doesn't go to GitHub. Okay. So let's go to our actual code now. Where's my VS Code? It's over here. Okay. Does everyone have this? I know you. Yeah, you all got this. You have the server folder with everything in it, right? We're all good there. You're muted, Wayne.
I do, but I would like a clean version,
Okay.
if possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to make sure I didn't.
Yeah, you could just literally just delete the server folder and it'll get rid of all that and just make a new one. And then we can get you set back up.
Oops. I made the folder.
Okay, so yeah, go to your terminal and make sure you're inside that folder. So cd into your server. And then this is where you'll do that npm init-y. So npm init-y like that. And remember, this is what creates our package JSON and sets us up to start doing our backend stuff.
It's gonna be a second. I'm lost in my terminal.
You're good.
Okay, so I need to put in, was it npm?
Init and then dash y, like I got here.
Okay.
Did that create your package JSON?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, so now, so yeah, you should have a package JSON over there. And so we need to install Express. So you just do npm install Express or Express. Express. So like that.
Yep.
Cool. So once that's done, you should see your node modules folder, which I deleted mine, so I need to actually get it back.
Mm.
There we go. I don't know why mine doesn't show up automatically. It should. It's there, but
Is
cool.
it the
So
ignore folder?
is that why it's not showing?
I'm just asking.
No, it should show. I think it's a glitch in my VS Code. Because if I close out and come back, it'll be there. But that's fine. So now in your package JSON, you should see your dependencies express in here.
Yep.
Cool. Okay, so you got it. So
Yep.
now create your server.js file.
Mm-mm. Okay, I'm copying yours. Can you move your mouse for a second?
Oh, it's all in the Slack.
Ah,
If you look just above the class recording from last week, you just copy that.
okay.
Okay. And then add a getignore file. Or do you and Elizabeth, you already have the getignore file?
Yes, but it's a good review to sort of, remember how to do this.
Yeah.
Mine does not.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and add it to yours then too. And remember, it's dot getignore.
And then the only thing in it is the node/modules.
Yeah, slash node modules for now.
Yeah.
We're gonna add our A and B in a minute.
All right.
Cool. So Wayne, go ahead and if you should be in your server folder, do your npm start. Let's make sure it runs.
Yep.
Cool. All right. And that also created your package lock when you did the init.
Yes.
Cool. All right. Sounds good.
Thank
Yep. Cool. All right. So now back to the sheet there. Look here. So we got our Supabase set up. We got our project URL and our keys. So now we're going to install the Supabase dependency. So just like we did with Express, we're going to do our npm install, just like the commands over there. So you can just kind of copy that whole thing and then just throw it in your terminal and then hit enter. And then it should install for you. So if it's successful in your package JSON, you'll see that you now have a couple more dependencies, and then you also have one dev dependency. And we'll talk about those in a second.
What was that command? npm install what?
So in the gist,
Oh,
it has
okay.
these dependencies. Just grab both of these and throw them in there.
Uh, okay.
Okay, I'm a little bit lost.
Hmm?
Because I had to, my server was anyway, I needed to like clear it out to get to where I could put something in the server again. But um, so what did you type in to do this?
So do y'all have this just pulled up?
Okay, install dependencies. All right, now let me find where that is. Okay, where is that?
Where's the gist, or where's the inside?
Yeah, where are you finding? Where's this page that you're looking at?
So I shared the link in the Slack.
Oh,
The
okay. I was
second.
looking in my okay. All right, so we put both of those things in there.
Yep.
Okay.
And you can do them one at a time, or you can just do them both at the same time. The terminal will go through them individually.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Cool. So everybody's got these in their package JSON now. Good. Okay. Cool. So just to tell you the difference. So dependencies, these are packages that your actual program is going to use, right? Dev dependencies are just for you. So I mentioned Nodium on Wednesday. This is a what's called a fast refresh terminal, I guess. So it allows, like, as you're making changes to your server, for them to take effect. So you'll see them happening. So if like you add a console log, you don't have to start your server over to see that happening. It's in real time. Just like the live server when we're doing like HTML files, like this thing. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't really use Nodium a whole lot. I don't know if I'm a control freak or whatever, but I just kind of like stopping and starting my server. But it definitely is very popular and can be used. As for the dependencies, this Supabase one, this is how we're going to interact with the Supabase API so that we can mess with our database and all that good stuff from our code. CORS is cross-origin research. Nope. Resource sharing, something like that. Basically, your front end, there's like a lot of security between your front end and your back end so they can talk to each other. what CORS does is it lets that happen, right? It's kind of like a security checkpoint that will say, okay, yeah, like I can let this go. You could research it more if you want to, but that's basically the gist of it. Sometimes you'll see CORS errors when you're trying to do stuff, and that's because either you don't have this or there's some other security thing not in place. .env allows us to use our environment variables or our envs within our application without exposing them. So instead of running through our server or our JS and like posting our keys everywhere so everybody can see them, this is what allows us to put them in our .env and bring them in when we need them securely, so they won't be seen. And then Express we already had. That's our server. Questions on those? Pretty cool for now. Okay, cool. All right, so now we will create our .env. So in your server folder, just create a new folder, and it's .env. Okay. And we're going to immediately add that to our git ignore because we want to make sure that this does not get pushed to GitHub. So just go in your git ignore and just put .env. It may turn gray, like mine turned gray. Again, I don't know if that's something I have installed or if it just does that, but
Mine turned gray too.
okay, cool. And you can always double check this if you go to your GitHub desktop and you have it pulled up. Let me see where my thing is down here. I have so much stuff I need to commit. That's fine. So if you saw in here your .env, then you would know it's not being ignored because this is what's going to keep committed to GitHub. So that's just a double check. Okay. So everybody got it ignored? Cool. All right, cool. So in our .env, if you look at the gist again, you can see that we're going to put these 4 environment variables here. Also, environment variable to me, I was like, what the heck does that even mean? What environment variables are is they allow you to have different keys and settings for different environments. So environments meaning like a development environment versus like a production environment. Because you're gonna have like this database would be like our development database, right? Like we're not going live with this. But we would want to eventually probably have a production database, right? So people can come and see our stuff and pay us money and things like that. So you would have different projects and different envs for each of those environments. And so this allows us to have the same keys or the same labels, if you will, but different values based on whatever the environment you're in is. So that's their whole purpose, is to allow you to have multiple environments with the same code, but with different keys so that you can be in production or be in dev or whatever. Okay. Environment variables are set up like this. Typically, you're going to uppercase the key. So think of this as an object, right? So a key value. So this is a key. This is your value, right? So these are typically always going to be in what is it? Screaming snake case, I think is what this is called. Everything uppercase with underscores. And then just equals to whatever your key is. Typically, you don't need to quote these, like put them in an actual string, unless there were spaces, which is pretty rare. Well, I say that, like if you had like an admin user name that you wanted in your env for some reason, you could do quotes like quote Brian space Rigsby quote. It's fine. And you can quote these if you want to, like it's not going to hurt anything, but know that you don't have to. And depending on, where you go to work, they may have certain ways they like to do that or whatever. So we can just grab this from our gist and go to our code and go back to our .env and just paste that in there. And then we just need to replace the values. So the values that we stored, I'm going to grab the URL, put it here, and then the anon key, put it here. Whoa. And then the service role, put it here. Cool. Something you might notice off the top is we have a port environment variable here that we didn't have before. And in our server at the bottom, we're like adding a port here. So if you think about this, right now our port is hard coded in our code, right? So if this was live and for some reason we needed to change the port, we would have to come in our code, change this, and then redeploy everything. So this is I think it's called an anti-pattern. It's bad because it requires an actual code change and a redeployment. And so if you're, I don't know, Uber, and let's say like everything's on port 3000, but then for some reason like you can't use port 3000 anymore. I don't know why, but let's say you couldn't, you need to change that port. Like you would have to have an update to your entire app, which could break things, right? Every time you touch your code is the potential you're going to break it. So what the env does for us is it allows us to set this, and then we don't have to fix it in code, right? When you deploy your envs, you're gonna, and we'll see this in Supabase, like we'll put them in the Supabase platform, and then Supabase will read them from there, not from our actual env file. So we could just update those in Supabase and have the change we wanted to our app instead of coming in and actually doing a code change. So they're very powerful. Now, how do we use them? Like that's a good question, right? So what we want to do in the server is get rid of this hard-coded one and bring in our env. So in order to do that, you may remember that we have this .env dependency that we just installed, right? So we want to use that guy. So let me bring back up my trusty notes here. So you can see here, and don't worry about the rest of this right now, but just worry about this line. We can bring in our .env package that we brought in. We can bring it into our file by requiring it, just like we did when we required Express. So I'm just going to copy this real quick here. So if we go to our server.js and we just paste this up here with our other require, we can now use this .env inside of our code. And I'll throw this in Slack if you want to copy it.
Did you remove your const port 3000?
Not yet.
Okay.
So this is doing two things, right? So it's requiring the .env, and then it's doing the config like right off the bat. So we could do this in two lines. So we do it similar to this. We do like const .env equals require .env, and then do .env.config. But this line works fine. So once we have it there and we're able to use it, the way that you use it is, I'll show you again on the deal here. You use process.env and then the name of the env that you're trying to use, right? Which in this case is port. If we can look back at our code and our env, and this is what we want to use, port, right? So we can go down to where we have our port here, and instead of actually putting the numbers, we can do process.env.port like that. And we could have actually just taken this and just put it right here where port is on listen, but this is fine too. We're just making a little variable out of it. So once you have that, go ahead and run your terminal again, or run your server, I mean. You can start. And then you see that it injected the envs, and then it's still running on port 3000. So if we were to go and change this in our env to like 3001 just for fun, then if we look at our server again, you can see now it says it's running on 3001. Can we do that again?
I'm noticing that when I do the NMP start, my console logs aren't showing up.
Are you doing npm?
Yeah, NPM, sorry.
But is it doing anything?
It's just giving me the server at 1.0.0 start and node server.js.
Okay. Is it going back to your cursor line, or is it still show like it's running?
It's going back to my cursor line.
Okay, so it's ending. Go ahead and share your screen real quick and we'll see what's going on.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so see that's what I'm getting.
Yeah, so it's running and then just dying. Oh, turn your autosave on. Yeah, so what it's doing, it's not reading that process or not reading your env because your env file wasn't saved.
Okay.
So now it should work. I can't see the bottom
Okay.
of your terminal.
Okay, got it.
Is it working now? I can't see the bottom of the terminal.
Oh, yeah, it
Okay.
is.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So yeah, try changing your port and just seeing if it matches. Just so you can kind of see that that's how it's grabbing that env. All good.
Mhm.
Cool. All right. We can put it back to 3000 just to be consistent. So we got our ENVs. That's good. We ignored our ENVs and our node modules. We got our keys. Okay, cool. So now we are ready to start setting up our Supabase connection client, as it would be. So the word client gets used a lot in a lot of different places. We were using it before to talk about like the front end is like the client of the back end. In this case, our server is going to be the client for Supabase, right? Because like we are the ones, or that's what is accessing Supabase. So it's the client of that. So it's not a front end client, but it's like the client of Supabase. So just to not get too confused by that. Cool. So we are going to create this this db/supabase.js file, and we'll do that. So within our server folder, we are going to create a new folder, and this will be our DB folder, our database, DB. And then inside of that, we're going to make our supabase.js. Supabase.js. So the purpose of this folder is to allow us access to Supabase and our database and all that jazz. So if we look at our package JSON, we installed this Supabase/supabase.js package. So this is what we're going to use to interact with Supabase. So if we go back to our Supabase.js, we are going to move that out of the way. First thing we want to do is we want to use a package, right? So we need to require it like we've done with Express and .env. So we'll just grab this guy, throw it in here. And again, this is all on that gist over there. So this create client object, I think it's an object. Yep. So this is going to give us those or method is what we're going to use to actually do the accessing. So once we have it required, we need to also require .env because we're going to need to pass those keys that we got so that Supabase knows who we are and that we're not fraudulent. Next. We can use this. So the create client method takes two parameters. So remember, this is just a function, right? The two parameters are going to be your Supabase URL and then your service key. So I'm going to put this over here. This will match up to here, right? So here's our Supabase URL right there. And then here's our service key right here. Okay. I don't think we need this comment. Let me know once you got that. Okay. All right, cool. So this is fun and all, and we're creating the client and we're doing all that, but we can't access this outside of this file. And that doesn't do us a whole lot of good, right? So we need to export it. So to export, we're going to do module.exports, and then we're actually exporting Supabase right here. It says this variable is where we're storing this client connection. There are newer quote unquote ways to do all of this with imports instead of require. Newer is the wrong word. There are other ways. So you'll probably see when once Derek starts teaching React and stuff, you're going to be doing a lot more of like import than require, but it's all the same thing, right? It's all about just getting whatever you want into your project so that you can use it. Just so you know, so you're not like, what is this new thing? Cool. So this export is what is going to allow us to access our client outside of this file. Because we want to be able to access it within our server file, so that way we can create, read our database and all that good stuff. Cool. All right. Yeah, any questions about that so far? Pretty good. Cool. Luckily, this is like you're not doing this every single time you're trying to use your application. Once we get this set up, it's good, and then we can just start doing our code and hitting the database and all that good stuff. This is very common, however, when you want to use different services. Trying to think of like Stripe. Like if you wanted to bring Stripe into your application so that people can pay you for things, it's going to be a similar setup to this, right? You're going to have a Stripe client, you're going to have ENVs, and you're going to set that up similar to this so that you can use it and have like the little Stripe pop up and all that other stuff. So this is a very common pattern for things like that, just so you're aware. Cool. All right, now let's go back to our Supabase, and we're going to create a table in the browser. Why am I not going to Supabase? There we go. Cool. So yeah, bring your Supabase back up, and we're going to go to our SQL editor over here. So right now we have no tables. We don't have anything, right? And you can see that if you go to table editor, there's nothing here, right? So in our SQL editor, we're going to create our first table. So number 5 on the gist is a SQL query to create our expense table. And I'll kind of walk you through what this is or what this does. So this is SQL, right? This is not JavaScript. We're not in JavaScript land anymore. We're in database land. The cool thing about SQL is it's very human readable. So this is just kind of like a sentence. So what we're going to do, we want to create something, right? What do we want to create? We want to create a table. And then what do we want to call our table? We want to call it expenses. Okay. And then within the parentheses is the columns that we want in the table. So the table, just in case you did not know, it's just rows and columns, right? It's basically like a CSV spreadsheet. That's all relational tables are. So again, we're going to create, what are we creating? We're creating a table. What do we want to call it? We want to call it expenses. As far as table naming, it really depends on where you're working. They may want all caps. They may want underscores. They may want lowercase. They may want first letter capitalized. It just depends on where you're at. I like the lowercase with underscores convention because it's just really a lot easier to read and a lot less of a typo. Like if you forget to capitalize a letter or whatever. But just so you know, wherever you go, it's probably going to be different. So in this case, we're going to do expenses, lowercase. And then these are the columns. So we have an ID column, we have a description column, amount, category, and date, which are the same columns that we had on the front end that we were making. All this jazz is a lot of stuff. This one, you don't have to worry about too much currently right now. Basically what it means is your ID is going to be, UUID means it's going to make it a random ID within this standard. So it's going to have a bunch of letters and numbers, right? It's not just going to be like 1 or 7. Primary key, this is what is used how do I explain that? For if other tables are going to access this table, which sounds weird, this is the key they're going to use for that. So for instance, if we had, say we had a bunch of users in a database and you wanted to access, no, that's a bad example. We'll get into joins later. Don't worry about that right now. Just know this is like the key in the table that we can access. This is default means it's giving it a default value, and so it's going to use this Supabase function to get a random value. Okay, so all that to say, this is going to be a unique ID. It's going to be like 57QP12, whatever. For description, we're telling it what type we want it to be, right? So we want it to be text, and then we're telling it that it cannot be null. Like it has to have a value. Okay. For amount, we're telling it that it has to be numeric. I think this is decimal places. Like it can be up to 10 characters long with 2 decimal places. And then it can also not be null. And then category is just going to be text. We are allowing it to be null, which we probably don't want to, but it's not going to hurt anything for now. And then date is going to be a date, which will also be not null. And then it will just default to the current date if we don't give it one. Okay. Next week's homework will be over all of this, so don't worry if like you don't have this memorized or anything. No big deal. We don't memorize anything anyway, but cool. So this is it. This is going to create a table. So you can go down to the right-hand side here and hit run. Let me one caution. If you had other things on here, like if I had a delete everything, this really wouldn't work. But like if I had to delete something here and I hit run, it's going to run both of those. Okay. So make sure either you only have one thing on here at a time, or you highlight what you actually want to run and hit run selected. Okay. So go ahead and hit run.
If I had an
What's up?
additional field in mine, like additional details that was on my table for my expense tracker, would I need to add that into the coding before I run it?
Into here?
Yes.
Yes, you can add columns later.
Okay.
But if you know it, yeah, you can throw it in here.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Yep, so highlight it, or like I said, just make sure nothing's on here and hit run selected, and you'll see this. And for now, just run without RLS, because again, we're not going to worry about that right now. And then it should run and say success. And you'll see no rows returned in this case, and that's fine because we're not asking it to bring us back any data. We're just saying, hey, go create this thing. Everybody got that? Cool. All right, cool. So now, in order to see it, just add a couple spaces and do select. Select. And then star. Star just means all, which means we want to get all the columns from, and then your table name. So expenses. And then semicolon. And then highlight that and hit run. So run selected rather. And then you're still going to see no rows returned because there's nothing in our table, right? We only just created it. Cool. What you can do, you can go over here to the table editor now, and you'll see that we have a table. It says unrestricted. The unrestricted, that's the RLS thing. So right now, there's no safety anything on this table, which is fine. If you click it, though, then you can actually see, here's all your columns. So we have our ID, our description, our amount, category, date, and then if you had any extras. Cool. All right. There's a bunch of other things in here, like the schema. There's a bunch of schemas and all this. Don't worry about that. As long as you're on public for now, good to go. All right. Now we're going to skip number 6 on the gist for just a second. And we're going to go down to number 7, which is, oh, hold on. Maybe a line. Never seed. Nope, I'm not lying. Okay. Yeah, go down to number 7. Let's go back. So we're going to seed the database, which that just means we're going to give it some data, right? This is something you'll only really do like the first time you mess with a database, and pretty much only ever in like development. In production, you're typically not going to put a lot of random data in your database. So we're doing it here just so that we can have things in there. And so what it's going to do, so I'll bring it over here and show you real quick before we paste it. Basically, it's going to run a loop. Where's the loop? Oh, it's not going to loop. It's just going to take this whole expenses array here. So kind of sort of like we're doing with when we would put new things in on the front end. It's going to take this and it's just going to insert it into our database. So right here is the insert. And we'll do these kind of queries here in a little bit too. But it's just, that's what it's going to do. It's going to take all these things, insert it in our database, and then we have stuff. Cool. So go ahead and go back to your code, VS Code, and then create a new file inside your DB folder. Just call it seed.js. And then just grab that whole thing on number 7 there. Whoa. Whoa. Once you got that pasted in, let me know. Okay. All right. So you'll notice in here at the very bottom that there is we're actually calling the seed function, right? So that's cool. This is kind of a common pattern. If you have a file that like you just need to run it sometimes, you can just create your function and then at the bottom just call your function. So when we run this file, it'll just call the function and do the thing and it's done. So we'll go over this in a minute, but we're going to go ahead and seed it now. So in order to call it, just like any other JS, we can just do node and then seed.js, or we can add a script. So if we go to our package.json, we have this test script here, which we're not going to use right now. We can add another script and just call it seed, and then just do what we would tell it what we would do in the terminal. So just node db/seed.js. And we do db/seed.js because our package.json needs to get to that file, right? And in order to get the file, we've got to go to our DB folder and then to seed.js. Make sense? Everybody got the script added here? Okay, cool. So now, like I said, we could have just in our terminal just ran node db/cjs, but now we can run. Wish that would go up further. We can run npm seed because that's what we have here. Oh, sorry, npm run seed. Sorry, run seed. So npm run, and then whatever is in the script will run that script. And so then you should see it say inserting 10 expenses, seed 10 expenses.
Mine actually, it failed for some reason. It says type error fetch failed.
Do you have a comma after test here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are you in your server folder in your terminal?
Yeah, yes. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and share. Let's see what's going on.
Okay.
C.js. Okay. Uh, Okay. Click into your seed.js file
Okay.
and go to the bottom. Okay, you've got seed there. I can't see the bottom of your terminal.
Okay. Pull that up a little more.
Okay. It's failed. Okay, go. Clearing existing expenses. Let me see. So it's not hitting that insert. That's failed. Da-da-da. Okay, go to the top of your seed file.
Okay.
It's fine.
coming down.
Go to your superbase.js, Supabase.
Okay.
Module exports. Okay, go to your env file. Okay, you didn't put your envs in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the ones we copied earlier, you're going to replace what's in there with those.
Oh, okay. I think I missed that step. All right.
Okay. You didn't copy them earlier?
Is that the thing? Is that the API,
Yep.
that kind of thing? Okay.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. So I put that stuff in there. No, I never did put
Yep.
that in there. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So, all right. So do I leave? How do I do
Just-
this then?
Yeah, everything to
Okay.
the right of the equals, delete.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Now go back to that page,
Okay.
and then that says next public Supabase URL.
Uh-huh.
Just
Use
grab that.
that. Okay.
Yep. Yep. Perfect.
Okay. And then, all right.
You won't need that one. You'll need the
Okay.
alien key.
Okay.
And you can do word wrap with is it Alt? It might be Alt Z or something Z will word wrap it.
Okay.
Just
Oh, there
there
we
you
go.
go.
Okay. All right. Service key. All right. So then this would be the service role thing, I guess.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm getting some errors
Okay.
too.
Okay. Yeah. Now go ahead and kill your terminal or your server if it's not already.
All right. And then I do npm run seed.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. Perfect.
Diggity. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep. All right. What you got, Wayne?
Okay, so I've fixed like one error, but now I have another one saying Supabase key is required. And so it's pointing to the Supabase.js or dash JS. I'm guessing that's the same thing as the .js, right? So I'm looking
Mm,
in that, and
go ahead and share so we can see what you got. Okay. So base keys required. All right. Yeah. Look at your .env. Let's make sure you got
env.
stuff there. Okay. Um, go back to supabase.js real quick. So Supabase key. I don't,
Mhm.
I don't think you have that, do you? Look at your .env again. Yeah, so it's going to be either service key or anon key, whichever one goes there. That
Okay,
um
so are my names just wrong? Should they be like, should it just be Supabase key for one of them?
let me see.
That's the problem.
Let me find mine here again real quick. Okay. Yeah, so the names in your env are correct. You just got to match it up on that supabase.js. So that second one should be service key, Supabase service key.
Okay. So Supabase underscore service key.
Yep. There you go. Just service key.
Yeah.
It's trying to think for you. There you go. Yeah, so the process.env.whatever has to match what's actually in the env.
Okay. Let's try it again. Okay. Looks like it worked.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right. Elizabeth, you have a furrowed brow? You good?
I keep getting like for some reason I've got a problem that's being, let me run it again because I made one fix. It says it package.json must be actual JSON, not just JavaScript. It says it failed to parse, but it says that
Right.
it's got expected comma or curly bracket, closing curly bracket after property value in JSON at position, let's see, line 26, column 1 while parsing near, but it's weird. I can't figure out why it's not allowing it to what I need to add. So let me share. Okay, it's this last run that I did.
Scroll up on your package.json real quick. Okay, you have um keyword.
Does it need a curly right here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I
Um,
think not sure why, but yeah, I guess yours got deleted somehow. The file is happy now. Is it?
Yay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, it looks like you have a space between or right above keywords, which is
Yeah.
fine. But maybe something in there mixed it up and got rid of that other bracket.
Okay.
Cool. All right. So now that we have seeded our database, so we can go back to Supabase now. And if we go back to our SQL editor and we run that select all from expenses again, we should have a table full of expenses. Good. All right, everybody good? Wait. All right. Let's go ahead and take 15-minute break here. Though we did a lot of good work, got stuff in the database. That's huge. When we come back, we will talk about how to actually hit the routes from our code and do fun stuff. Cool. All right. Stay on 15. Maybe. All right, we ready? Okay. All right, so we put stuff in our database. We see it in our database. So we see all this stuff down here. Just to speak broadly about databases and such, there's four main things that we do with the database. CRUD is what we do. You may or may not have heard of it, CRUD. So we create, we read, we update, and we delete. Those are the four things we do with data, right? It should be like RCUD, because really you would read and like then create or whatever. Well, I guess you got to create to read, so maybe it makes sense. Anyway, CRUD is the way to go. When you do your SQL homework and stuff, you'll kind of see that more and more, like how to actually do it. So we won't spend too much time on that right now, but cool. So we have our data in there that we seeded with, which is fantastic. So now we are going to create a route to read the data. Okay. And so we'll be back in number 6 on our little gist here. So if we go back to our code, so we have our Supabase all set up, our client's working. We know it's working because it did seed the database. We didn't get an error. So all our connections are good. So I'm going to close out a bunch of this stuff that we don't need open anymore. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Okay. All right, cool. So we'll be back in our server.js. Let's test. Well, we tested this kind of earlier with Laura in the browser to make sure our curl commands were working. So let's go ahead and just open our terminal. Well, let's make sure our database is, or I'm sorry, our server is running. So let's go do our npm start. npm start. Oh, mine died. Why did my server die? Let's see. When y'all run your server, does it automatically go back here? Or does it keep running?
Mine keeps running.
It does. No, mine's dying. Oh, maybe I have. Get rid of that thing there. Mine's just dying. Uh, nope. Interesting. Huh. Wonder why mine is dying all of a sudden.
So it's kind of a ridiculous question, but how do you know that it's dying?
Oh, yeah, not ridiculous at all. So when you run it and it's running, it's not going to take you back to your cursor line like that, right? Let me clear this. So like this, if you're at this point where you can actually type stuff in on your cursor line, then nothing is running, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So when it's running, it should like it shouldn't show you like your path and everything again. It'll just be
Gotcha.
running.
It should just show like a little outline of a box or something, or like a That's what mine shows is like there's no servery thing. It just shows like an
Mhm.
outline of a box underneath. Hey, I'm a cool server running. Does that mean it's
Yeah,
still going?
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, then mine has died as well.
Okay. Don't know why it's dying. Let me see. I wonder if it's the Nodemon. Wayne, are you doing npm start?
Yeah.
And it's running just fine?
Mhm.
Huh. Weird. Do me a favor, share your screen and I'll compare it to what I have and see what's going on.
Yeah, it's running. I don't
Let's-
know what to do once it is, because it just
um, what's that select star about?
I was curious what would happen if I
Oh,
did
okay.
it.
Okay. All right, let's see. So let me look at my server.js. You got express.env, express middleware.
Tell me if you need me to move it. Go to file.
What was that?
Tell me if you need me to move or
Okay.
go to file or
All right. That's good. Kill yours and run it again, just so I can kind of see what it looks like.
what's the command for that again? Npm.
Command C or Control C. Yeah, just do your npm start. Yeah, so it should stop just like that. Um, let's go to your package JSON, please. That all looks fine. Um, let's see. Let's go. Um, let's see your superbase.js. Huh, yeah, it all looks fine. Hmm. You're in your node. Let's see. Wait.
I actually have a question,
Yeah.
just something I'm wondering. So, like, let's say that I was on Superbase and I wanted to look at the database, but I don't have it running, would it still show?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Superbase it has nothing to do with your app, right? Like your
Mhm.
app is reaching out to it to get the data in your app, but Superbase itself is its own thing. It's like that is the database. Is that what you're
Okay.
saying?
I guess I'm just trying to understand, like what's the difference between it running and not running if Superbase isn't dependent on it?
For your server?
Yes.
Um, so when when we're going to interact with our application, if we need data or whatever, then our server needs to be running for us to interact with it, right? So really, it's gonna be when we're doing our curls and our front end stuff. That's what the server running is for, right?
Yeah.
Superbase has just got all the data, so whenever we need to get it, we get it.
Okay, so Superbase is basically where the database lives.
Yep.
You have to spin up the server for the application to access the data.
You spin up the server so the server can do whatever the server is going to do, which will be accessing the data or being hit from the front end. Because
Okay.
that's the flow, right? Is the front end will be like, hey, the website is live. I need some data. Hey, server, can you get me this data? server will be like, all right, cool. Hey, Superbase, I need this data. Superbase gives it back to the server. Server gives it back to the front end displayed.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, I am still getting that error. Let me see. What's going on here? Dun, 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 dun. What? Uh, node modules. This set. I just saw that. Alert. Can you see your package JSON again, real quick? Please. Yeah, no start script. No. Oops. Why is it doing that? JS. Elizabeth, do you have any luck with yours? Excuse me. No.
No, not at all.
The heck? I'm gonna just kill VS Code altogether. Let's see. Wonder, let's see, let me check this. Okay. So I think that I have something running on port 3000 because I changed it to 3001 and it ran just fine. So probably I have another server that I closed out somewhere that I didn't actually kill. Did that work for you, Elizabeth?
Not yet. I'm
Okay.
seeing where if I've got anything else open that I can't visually see on my screen here. If I go in to change my server instead of being 3000, which, oh, okay, it's in the .env.
Yep.
And then once I change it, do I need to change anything else before I rerun it again?
No, shouldn't have to.
Okay. Now I'm good.
Okay. Yep. That's annoying. That happens though. It happens from time to time. There is you can ask Claude or whoever, like, how do I check what ports are open, and it, figure out what's open and what to kill or whatever. So, stuff happens. All right, good. We figured it out. Good debugging. We made it. Success. All right, cool. So for now, I'm just going to leave on 3001. Again, no big deal. Okay. All right. So now back to we're going to do we're going to make our route now so we can test that we can hit a route and actually get some data back from the database. So we're going to go to our server.js file, and we're just going to do, I just kind of made these little notes here so I know kind of what I wanted. And you may notice that this is the CRUD, right? So create, read, update, delete, which correspond with, if you remember these from Wednesday, post, get, put, and delete, right? So these are the HTTP methods that we're going to use in our routes, like we have get here, to then do whatever the thing is that we want to do, right? So you'll see that it's a very, it's the whole, did we talk about REST? I can't remember if we talked about REST. Maybe a little bit.
You talked about a little bit.
A little bit, okay. So REST is like, it's an API convention that's used pretty much everywhere. And it is this idea of, like, you have these this flow, and then and we'll get into this in a minute, but like, let's say you wanted to like read an expense, but then you wanted to read a specific expense, you would do the same thing, but you'd do like read specific expense. Instead of it being like blah 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 expense, it would be blah blah expense / ID or whatever. And it's just this kind of standard way of making your routes so they're all the same. And we'll get deeper into that, but that's kind of the whole idea behind it. Okay. So for now though, we just want to read an expense. So if we're going to read it, then we don't need to really pass it any data. We just want to read like all the expenses right now. So it's going to be a get because we're not going to pass anything. So it's going to be really similar to this guy. So we're just going to do an app. And remember that app is our instance of our Express server that we created up here. So that's going to have all our methods on it. So we're going app.get. And then it's going to take two things. Remember, it's going to take our route, and then it's going to take the callback function with that request response cycle. So inside here, I'm just going to call this expenses, and then have my request response like this, with my fat arrow and my curly brackets. And put read expenses plural. Did we talk about promises at all? Not at all. Okay. Well, good. New topic. Same flow. Um, so when we reach out to a database, we're reaching over a network, right? And it takes time, right, to get there for it to actually, it's going to run its queries or whatever and send it back to us. So instead of having a user like sit there and just stare at your screen forever, there's this concept of promises, where basically you send the request and then they can continue to do whatever they want to do. And then the request is going to come back. When it comes back, it's going to do do whatever it needs to do, populate the table, like whatever it's supposed to do. So that's the point of a promise. So it's okay. So it's async await, what you call it? Pattern. It's an async await pattern. So it's asynchronous, meaning that like it goes out and does its thing, and you can still flow on your page, and then it's going to come back and then do its thing. So it's async, and you're going to await to get it back. I sell that because we're reaching out to a database, and we need to be able to continue on with whatever's going on while that happens. Okay. And I'll put it in the homework. There'll be some of that stuff. But so we need to, in this expenses route, we need it to be a promise. We need to async await it. So how you do that in a function is you just add the async keyword in front of your function body. And this allows the function to then become a promise. And so then we can use await to like await getting it back. Okay. The reason you do this is so that the things that depend on that data you're getting back don't try to go ahead until they get that thing back, right? And this will make more sense as we build this out. Cool. Okay. So now once we hit this route, what do we want it to do? We want it to go get the data, right? So in order to do that, we're going to need a function, or we're going to need to reach out to Supabase through that client that we made, right? So it's going to go like this. We're going to make a variable, and it's going to have curly brackets that says data and error. And I'll explain that in a minute. And then equals, and this is where we're going to use that await keyword, okay? And this, if this is kind of foreign and foggy, that's okay. In a module 4 and 5, like you're going to use it a lot. So you're going to really get to understand it. So now we're going to use our Supabase client, Supabase. And then I'm just going to type this out and then I'll explain it. Oops. Excuse me. Oh, wrong page. Okay. My desk back up here. If you type that out by hand, kudos. If not, you could have definitely grabbed it from the gist and just threw it in there. Either way is fine.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so in the middleware to parse JSON bodies, it has like app.get slash test. Where does that come from? Get test. Like, what is that for exactly? Like, right,
You, uh,
right in the middle where it says app.get test.
oh, right here.
Yeah.
Where does what come from?
Like, what does that do exactly?
This was just a test route.
Okay.
Yeah, we were just hitting that so we'd make sure our curl was working.
Oh, okay. I think
Yeah.
okay, I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah. So if we go, like if I do this terminal here, well, let me kill this one. If I just open up a random terminal and I can do, and my server's running, let me make sure my server's running. Yep. Okay. You can just do curl, HTTP, local host 3001, right? Because I changed my port /test, and it'll give me back that hit test. Now your port's probably still 3000 once you changed it.
Okay. Now I'm getting D quote. I'm not getting
You're not seeing your hit test?
no.
You said D quote?
You know what? I don't think I have console.
Want to see this again or?
Try one more time. Hold on. I just added the console, so curl. Okay, I got it now.
Cool.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Do y'all have this copied down? Expense route. Cool. Okay. All right. I'll kind of walk through this. So again, we're using this promise idea, which is a couple different ways you can write it, but in this case, we're going to use the async await syntax. And the reason is because we don't know what that network latency is going to be between our server and the database. So we don't want everything to like stop, right? So that's the whole point of this. So we have our get, because we know it's going to be a get route, because we're not actually going to pass it any sort of body or anything. We have our endpoint, which is /expenses. So when we go do our curl localhost 3001 or 3000, we'll do /expenses this time instead of /test. Remember that rec is the request and res is the response. So we're requesting something, we're going to get a response. And then what this is doing here, this is what's actually reaching out to the database through our Supabase client, right? which we should have. I think I got to bring it. Yeah, so we actually need to bring in our Supabase up top that we're not doing that yet. So just how we did in the seed, we look at our seed up top here, we brought in Supabase so we could use it in our file. We need to do the same thing on server.js. So we can go here and just with the rest of our require, I'm just going to put it right under Express. Just do a const Supabase and then equals require. And then we got to remember that require, this has to be the path to where it is, to where that client is that we created. And so from our server folder, we'll have to go into that DB folder to get to that supabase.js, right? So we can do like a ./db/supabase, like that. And so now we actually have access. If we wouldn't have had this line in here, then this would have failed because it would have been like, I don't know what Supabase is in this file. You got that?
I am getting, okay, underneath await for the const data error, I'm getting like an error, like squiggly red line under it.
Under await itself, do you have async right here?
No, I don't.
Yep. Yeah, so that async is what tells the function that it can use await. They go together.
Okay. Okay, it went away.
Cool. All right, so cool. So yeah, Supabase is what's going to allow us to actually run the methods that will get us the data that we want. So we're going to do dot from. So where are we getting the data from? What table? That's going to be our expenses table that we created in Supabase. And then what do we want to select? We want to select everything. So that's what the star means. And then this line is not necessary, but it's helpful. So how do we want to order it? We want it to order based on the date column, and then we want it to be ascending false. So like we don't care, or we don't want it necessarily to be from like, I guess from least to, oh, that'd be ascending false. So descending is true. So should be the oldest first. Cool. So this will bring us back the data. Just to show you the equivalent of this in SQL itself, if I go back to Supabase, and I'm just going to open up a new one on the right here. So running this JavaScript in here will not work. Okay. This is just putting this here so we can see it. So the equivalent SQL to this would be select, which is what we're doing right here, select, and then all, so star, and then from, which we're doing right here, expenses. And then order by date. And then ascending is false, so we want it to be descending, so DEC. So this is the equivalent SQL to what we're doing from JavaScript. Okay. And this is good to know because then you can test it, right? So I could come in here and say, all right, I know I want to get back all the expenses. And then maybe you have specific like ones you want to get back or whatever. You can come in here and test it and see what you get, and then go to your JavaScript and write it out and make sure that it's the same thing, right? So if I highlight this and run it, then we get all the expenses, and looks like it's from the newest to the oldest, which makes sense because it's descending. It's true. And you can see down here how many rows you have, 10 rows of records. Okay, so this is what we should expect to see in our JavaScript as well. Okay. All right, we go back to JavaScript here. So you may have noticed that there's some curly brackets around my variables here. This is called destructuring. Have we talked about destructuring? Maybe a
No.
little bit. No. Okay. So what destructuring does is, if you know what's going to be returned from a function, then you can destructure the value into different variables, right? So Supabase returns a data object and an error object, which you can figure that out by going to the documentation, or sometimes, I'm not going to tell us here, but sometimes it'll tell you kind of like if you hover over what it is, like what it's going to bring back. If you don't know this, it's perfectly fine. We could have just said like database return or whatever you want to call it. And I'll show you. So this will have both of those objects in there. So if I just console log that database return, database return. Okay, so we can see what's actually in there. So now that this is here, okay, so let me finish it up and then we'll do it. The first thing we're adding is not a fallback, an error catch, right? So we're saying if error, which I just took away, but it was in there, right? If there is an error, then we're going to return right here, and we're going to return a 500 error, which means there's something wrong with the server. And we're going to return the error message as JSON. So we'll never get down here to the success message, okay? If there's not an error, then we would skip this and then go and just return back our data, okay? I'm going to comment both of these out for just a second because we changed those variables, just so we can see what this console log looks like, okay? So if I'm just going to restart my server, and then if I hit this route, this expenses route, I should expect to see whatever is returned from the database here. So I'm going to go back here to our terminal, and I'm going to curl this, but instead of /test, I'm going to use /expenses. Expenses. And you can see in my console here that I got console logged everything that we got back, right? So we got back a success message, which is true, it succeeded. We got back an error object, which is null because we didn't have any errors. And then we got back a data array that had all the objects from our database in there. Cool. Mind blown. Something to note that our curl terminal, it didn't say anything, right? It's still running because it didn't bring us back to this line, but you're not going to see your console logs here. You're going to see them in your actual server terminal. Okay, that can be kind of confusing. Like, where'd it go? Okay, so when we're looking at the destructuring thing like it was a second ago, you can see now that what we got back was it has the error object right there, error, and then it has the data right there, right? So that takes these objects and stores them in these variables. So you don't have to write a separate const whatever for like each one. We could have also got success back from this if we wanted to. We could have just added success, and then we would have got just true for that one, right? So these keys need to match these variable names for destructuring like this. Okay.
But I'm not getting the data back.
Okay.
Just to make sure, what's the last command you do before you get the actual information? Is it just node.js?
Wait for the curl or what?
Yeah, like so you see how you're seeing like the data, like so ID this.
Mhm.
What did you type in to receive all that information?
So that was just the curl that got us that.
Oh, okay.
And you have /expenses?
Yeah, I did a node.js.
Ah, okay.
So
I have something going south on me as well. I'm
Okay.
not sure what's going on here. Okay, can I share my screen?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Okay. I don't know what I've done here. I've been trying to get back on to be able to test the stuff, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, I can't find anything, so
No
I don't know
worries.
what
Let's
to do.
see.
Okay.
See where you're at. It looks like you're probably not in the right folder.
I think that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I couldn't figure out how to get back into the right folder.
Okay. Pull your terminal up.
Okay.
Let me take a look at it here.
Now, there we go.
All right. Go ahead and do an ls.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're all the way back on like the very beginning of your guy there.
Okay.
Let's see where we're at. We need expense tracker module 2. I assume that's in your GitHub probably somewhere. Do CD into your documents.
Okay. CD.
And then ls. CD into GitHub.
Okay.
Okay, ls. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, CD into that one there, expense tracker. It'll autocomplete for you too. If you type a little bit of it and then hit tab.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, so now you're in your expense tracker. So ls again. Okay, so yep, there's your server folder. So go ahead and CD into there.
Okay.
And then ls. Cool. So now you're in the right spot. So yeah, now do your npm start.
I don't know how I got so far out of this thing.
Yeah, it happens. Okay, so now your server's running. So now
Okay.
try your curl command.
Okay.
Not in there. Sorry, a new terminal.
Okay.
So leave that one alone and open a new one.
Okay.
New terminal.
Oh, new terminal. Oh, okay.
You can just hit that little plus sign over there if you want to use
This
that one.
one?
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
Okay.
Put your curl there.
Um, what is this called?
Localhost
Errors not
/
3000.
Yep, if that's the port you're on.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm sorry, not / You're right, colon 3000. And then / expenses.
Okay.
And then hit it. And then there you go. Got them all in there for you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
It's interesting that your curl, I guess because you were in this integrated terminal, it actually did log it right there. But if you click on your other terminal, so where it says node on the right over there.
Oh, okay.
And go down. Is that as far down as it goes?
I think that's as far down as it goes.
Huh.
Is it really? Okay.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. So since I did an outside terminal, it didn't log in that terminal. It logged in my actual console terminal. Oh, you know
Mhm.
what? I bet I know why.
Why?
Scroll down on your code itself in your
Okay.
server.js. Up a little bit more. Up. Keep going, keep going. Yeah. Okay. So you don't have a console log.
Oh,
So
okay.
you were actually just getting the return from the whole thing. I cut mine off with the console log. So,
Okay.
which is perfectly fine. That's like yours is what you want. Mine was just to show what it was.
Gotcha. Okay.
So yeah. So
All
you're
right.
getting your data back. All good.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know how I
Yeah.
got so far off
That's all right.
there. Appreciate it.
Yep. And then normally if you like if I'm in this terminal in VS Code, right? If I kill this, so it shows like I'm in my server folder. If I were just to open a brand new one,
We can't
it
see your
should.
screen.
Oh, what's that?
We can't see your screen.
Oh, that'd probably be helpful, huh? Share, share. Okay. Yeah, so whenever you open a terminal in VS Code, it should bring you to whatever folder you're in. So this whole thing is in my module 3 folder, which is where I'm at right here. So instead of starting like all the way back at the beginning, like where you were, Laura, this would
Mhm.
bring you like back here, and then I would just have to get to my actual server folder from here. Right.
Okay, so if you click on, so because you've clicked on the actual folder inside your code, that's where it will bring you back.
Because that's what I have opened up.
That's what you have opened up. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So if
Okay.
I were to like close this, oh, what did I do there? And then I just went ahead and opened my project. So I'm going to go open, just go to my project here, module 3. So I have my module 3 project open. And then if I open a terminal right here, oop, kill that one. Then it's going to open me right to module 3.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you get lost, just trash can it, open a new one, and it'll get you where you're opened. Again, you still need to get to your server folder, but it gets you.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Let me get back where I need to be. Expense tracker. Let's see, server. Okay. All right. Let's go here, get over there. I need my server back up. Okay. Yeah, so now that I guess I undid my console log. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. So now if I run it, like what you saw, Laura, I should see that return. And what you're seeing is you're seeing that return.json right here, or response rather, response.json. So if I run my server and then I open a new one and doing the curl, like it doesn't matter where you are. The curl you can be on any terminal because it's just gonna actually go on the internet or on your local network and find the thing. So this doesn't matter. If I do curl and then HTTP //localhost 3001/expenses. So then I see that same array of objects back. And this is what is actually being responded with in JSON right here. So that's the data. Cool. And if we would have got an error, we would have seen that here instead of this object. I'm trying to, I think maybe if I do, so I'm going to put in like an incorrect table name. I'm just going to like, just do that, right? And then try to run it again and see if I get an error back. Oh, I I ran the wrong. No, I ran the right one. Oh, I probably got to kill my server since I made a change. There you go. Okay. So because there was a problem with getting the data back, I actually got the error back this time, and it says can't find the table. So the errors can be super helpful, right? Because then you're like, oh, okay, this is exactly what's wrong. Let me go and fix this. And just remember, anytime you make a change to your server, kill it and start it again, because that's how the changes take effect. We do have that Nodemon thing we brought in, but we didn't actually use it anywhere. So don't worry about that.
I have a question.
Yep.
Whenever I run the curl, I don't get the information on that terminal. It just shows up on the server. I have a console log, so I'm trying. What's the difference between mine and yours?
Are you running? Well, that shouldn't matter.
Because what I get back on the actual console is like doc type, HTML, like the
You're in an-
language.
Yeah, it's giving you an
I don't
HTML
get
error
it.
page.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and share your screen. Let's take a look at it.
So I get the
Oh.
information back on this side, but
Mhm.
here,
Yeah. So on line 20, when we changed that from the destructure to an actual variable, the variables on 25 error and 28 data don't exist anymore because we're not destructuring them to exist.
okay, so just delete them.
No. I mean, that's what we need. What we need to do is fix line 20, put it back to the destructure. So just delete database return. Yep. Delete that guy.
Was it curly brackets?
Yeah, but kill that guy first. There you go. Yep. Just like that. Just hit tab. Yep. So this is how it was in the first place before we started messing with it.
And
And
then
now data here will match up with data on 28, and then error will match up with error on 25.
do I need to change the data?
Yeah,
base?
that console log is not going to work now because that variable doesn't exist anymore.
Instead, would I just do the curly braces?
No, so the curly braces is what tells it to destructure, but the variable name is still just data and just error.
Okay. And then error.
Yeah, do another console log for error.
So
Yeah, like a whole new line. There you go. Yeah, now you should see them in your server console, and then also you'll get the response back over there.
still getting the undefined.
Mine's doing the same thing, but
So
it's not
you need to
fixing
kill
it.
Oh,
you need to
yeah.
kill your error or kill your server and start it again. All right, now try the curl. There you go.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Cool. Elizabeth, what's yours doing?
So mine is telling me my package.json has two errors. It says could not read package error ENOENT, no such file or directory open. This is related to npm not being able to find a file.
Yeah, it sounds like you're in the wrong spot.
Okay. So let me see why it's not in the right spot. Okay, I think it was my curly brackets. So it's npm run it again. Now it says could not read package.json. No such file or directory open. This is related to npm not being able to find a file. A complete
Okay.
log of this. This is
Yeah, go ahead
odd.
and go ahead and share. We'll check it out.
Yes. Share.
So yeah, you're in your expense tracker, but you're not in your server folder.
It should be.
On your terminal.
Oh, on
Yeah.
my. That
Yep.
makes sense.
Yep.
Okay, so
It's CD.
oh, yep, sorry.
Yeah. It would have told you.
And now do the npm, right?
Yep. Did you update your oh, so you have 3 servers open right now. If you look on the right.
Please.
Yeah, go ahead and kill a couple of those. Yeah. Let's try this. Yeah. Good.
Okay, do the npm again.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, so now open a new one and try the curl.
Okay, now it says expense tracker. Do I
Yeah,
keep
that's
doing that?
fine. The curl can come from anywhere.
Perfect.
And that's one reason I like to try to use an external terminal when I can, because then I don't get confused. Like, do I need to be right here or whatever? There you go.
Perfect.
That's an interesting.
I know.
Wow, I
I
never
don't
seen
know
that
why
before.
it's- I
Yeah,
don't even know where it came from.
yeah, interesting. Okay, but you're getting stuff back, so good.
Yes.
Cool. All right. Everybody else good still? Sweet. All right. Let me share again. Okay. So we know that we are getting our data back. We know our connection is good. Oh, I got to fix this. I'm gonna get an error. There we go. So that's our read. So we're getting our reading. So now we just need to build out the rest of our routes, right? And again, if we look at our SQL, like this is the equivalent to what we just did, right? So that's good. So I'm just going to comment this guy. All right. So now the 3 other things we need to do, we need to be able to insert a record. Oh, hold on. Before we do that, let's actually talk about getting a specific record because this just gets us everything, right? So let's say that we wanted to get just the records that were like for utilities category, for example, right? So in order to do that, we're going to use a where clause. So if this is, we'll just say this is like get, wrong type of comment. This is get all expenses. And let's say we want to get all expenses that have category of utilities. Okay. So in order to do this, is very similar to this guy, except for we're going to do a select all from expenses where, and then we want it where this column category, so category equals, and then utilities. So we're saying, give me all the records back that have the category of utilities. Okay. So we'll highlight that and run it. Then you're going to get just the ones with utilities back. Okay. I'll give you all a second to copy that. All right. Okay. Does this make sense? The sequel? Not too bad. Cool. Yeah. It's pretty human readable. It doesn't get too confusing until you start trying to join tables together and do like some aggregate functioning stuff. But with just the CRUD commands, so just the create, read, update, delete, like that'll take you 90% of the way you need to go. And even really at some companies, like they won't even let you do this. Like you'll be separated from the data like hard stop. So, but if you a lot of places that you work, you're going to need some sort of SQL knowledge. So definitely good to know. Okay, so this is cool in SQL. So how do we do this in JavaScript, right? So if we make a new route, let's go back to our code. And we're going to make a new route for, we'll have, let me remove some lines here. It's going to be really similar to this guy with a little bit of a difference. So we'll say get, well, the same thing we had, get all records with category of or equal to utilities. Okay. So it's going to be the same thing. We're going to do an app.get. And then we're going to have our route, which we're going to do slash, let's say slash utilities. That's fine, expenses. I'm going to typo that so bad. It's okay. We'll say utility expenses. Doesn't really matter. Whatever you want to put there, it's fine. And then we'll have our callback again, which is going to be async because we don't know how much time it's going to take. And our request response with our brackets. And then same thing, const data error equals wait. And just by the way, this is separate on a separate lines just for readability. This could all be on one line. It would be perfectly fine. Just was kind of easier to read this way. From expenses dot select all. So at this point, this is where we can add, we're actually going to add the where clause. I'm going to leave the order off of this one because I don't really care what order it comes back in. But you could put it on there if you want to. And maybe we'll add it later, but it's not really super important right now. So we're going to do dot where, and then to tell it the condition that we want. Like this is kind of like a conditional, right? Like an if statement or whatever. We're going to say where, and then whatever the category name is, and then whatever we want it to match to. So our category name is, sorry, our column name, which is category. Category, and then we want it to match utilities. Okay. And then we're going to do the same thing outside of it, outside of the const. We're going to say if error. So if an error exists, we need to go ahead and return a response that something bad happened, which is our 500. And we're going to return it in JSON and say error dot message. And then if everything went well, then we're going to just do our response.json and bring back the data.
Do we need to add the order that it goes in, or does that matter in this case?
No, I'm leaving it off now just because it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
If you needed it, like definitely you could throw it on there, but it's not going to matter as far as the data we get back.
Okay.
So I'm getting like squiggly line at the end of my brackets, and I did the light bulb just to like see what the problem was. And it's
Mhm.
wanted me to change where to EQ.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so that's one of the, what do you call them? Intricacies? No, I think it's the wrong word. But anyway, so there's different flavors of SQL. So Supabase uses PostgreSQL. And so there's like regular SQL, which is what Microsoft uses. Then there's like MySQL, which we use that at work. It's an open source version. And then Supabase uses PostgreSQL. So they're all the same thing, but they have kind of sort of different little quirks with them. And this is one of them. So it's actually, it is correct. This wouldn't be where in this case, it would be EQ, which means equals. In MySQL, it would have been where, which is what I'm used to using all the time.
Okay.
So yeah, that was a good call. I'm gonna leave it as where just to see if we get an error that would have pointed us at it. But I think yeah, that was definitely correct. So yeah, once y'all have this, then we'll run the curl and see kind of what it does. Okay, bring this up here. So I'm going to restart my server, right? So make sure to get my changes. And then I'll run my curl, but instead of expenses, I'm going to run utility expenses. Cool. So yep, I got a type error. just like we would expect from that. And it says dot where is not a function. Okay. So at this point, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, that's not right. Let me go do some research, ask Claude, whatever. How do I fix this? Light bulb would have said, oh, okay, look, I'm even getting it right there, that light bulb. So change this to EQ, and then go ahead and kill my server and start it again and run that again. And I got my data back. So that was planned. I knew that was going to happen. I'm just kidding. I didn't know it was going to happen. It was good. It's good. A good error to run into for learning. Anybody lost, or is that making sense?
I'm not getting anything.
Like nothing at all?
No, all I'm getting is the HTML
Oh, that error again?
work thing.
Okay. Is your server running?
Yep,
Did you restart it after you made changes?
I did. I'll do it again. Oh, I know what I did. Okay. Let's see. Nope. Hmm. Okay. It didn't save right. I'm still getting it.
Are you hitting the right route?
I think so. It's running on 3001. I'll share my screen.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna kill this server and I'll start it over.
Oh, I see what you did. So on line 33, you have your route is expenses/utilities, and you're going in your curl, you're doing utility underscore expenses.
Okay.
So just
Just
do like uh I mean you can do that. Just change line 33 to utility underscore expenses instead of having the slash in there.
utilities underscore expenses.
Yeah. And then you'll have to update your curl, your next curl you run. Because you have it singular instead of plural. But having the slash, like that's something we're gonna do. And that'll be when we're doing like specific IDs and stuff. But that's why that wasn't working. Your curl has to match whatever route you're trying to go to.
Like curl is in this.
No, down on the right hand side. That's your
Oh
table
yeah.
name up there. There you go. Yeah. You'll have to kill your server and start it over again because you made a change.
Make sure this one-
There you go.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. More Elizabeth, y'all got issues? All good?
No issues here.
Sweet. Laura, how you doing?
I think okay. I can't get the utilities, but I think it's because I forgot to kill the server in between looking for it for the curl. So I think I'm okay.
Yeah, a big part of bugs and things that we'll run into and happen all the time is things like that, like having you're not hitting the right route. It's close, but it's not exactly right, or you didn't destructure the variable or whatever it was. Your table name is like you have expense instead of expenses. Like these are all our most common bugs that we do all the time. And then also like with the .eq thing, you're going to go into like teams that are already established, that already have ways of doing things, and they may use MySQL instead of Postgres, so you would have done .where instead of .eq. These to being able to adapt to all of those is really going to be like your weapon, like what makes you adaptable and hireable and all that stuff. So it's good stuff to know.
Okay. I actually am having problems,
Okay.
it turns out.
You want to share?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I tried to run it again on a fresh one with utilities. I'll pull this up so you can see it a little better.
Yeah.
Up we go. Okay. And it's still not working for whatever reason. But so then my thought is like, well, I must have named it something else. And I'm wondering if it's this capital. I guess I don't know where I'm supposed to be looking to find when I type in utilities exactly what it's supposed
no
to be
worries.
matching to. Okay.
Scroll up a little bit there. Okay, go down. Yeah, go down, back down to the other one now. Okay, yep.
Okay.
Cool. So you see line 31, the route is utility expenses underscore expenses.
Yes.
Like that's where your
Yes.
curl is going to hit.
Okay,
right?
so instead of
That's your
utilities,
endpoint.
I should say utility expenses instead of utilities.
Yeah, utility underscore expenses. Yep.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so the scroll down a little bit more there.
Okay.
The utilities right here, the capital U,
Uh-huh.
this is what's going to be in that category column in the database.
Okay.
And so that's
Okay.
right. It's because it says category, comma, utilities,
Mm-hmm.
right? So pull up your Supabase real quick. I'm sorry, in your browser, like the actual Supabase website.
Oh, okay.
Your database, I should say.
Okay. Oh no, that's not right. This is right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so just do that select all from expenses line 10. Highlight line 10 and just run that.
Okay. Come on now.
We'll just double click it. Okay.
Okay.
There you go. So you see we have a category, right there. So it's going to
Yes.
find all the ones that say utilities in that category column and give you those back.
Okay.
So that's what that endpoint is saying. So if we go back to the code again. And back to your server.js. Yep. So yeah, on line 35, that's what it's saying is look in this lost the thing, column, look in this
Mhm.
column called category and find me all the ones that are utilities.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
That makes
And
sense.
yeah,
Okay.
and then just again on 31, like that, the utility underscore expenses, that's the route that we're trying to hit with our curl.
Okay. Okay. So that's what this is for then.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions about that?
I have one.
Yep.
Okay, so whenever I do like the curl for just expenses on the database, it shows me a list of everything using like JSON, I think. Well, it shows me a list of everything, but whenever I
Mhm.
do the utilities one, it runs it. I see it on the other terminal, but nothing happens on the server.
Do you have a console log in one but not the other?
I have console log in both.
Or go ahead and share again. We'll take a look at it.
So if I do just expenses, well, let me clear this. Actually, I'm going to just kill it and start over. Okay, and clear this too. Now it does that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Clear it. Like it shows what it is on here, but I'm not
Mm-hmm.
getting it.
But nothing over there.
I was wondering
Um,
what the difference is or what it's.
let's see. Let's get that.
Is it the console log like data from super like is that because it's the same thing? Does it need to be more specific?
No, so this is where scope comes in, right?
Mhm.
So they're each in their own functional scope because they're each in their
Okay.
own function. So it's fine. Like they can be the same name. Um, I think that it is because um, they're both an array. I was gonna say I think it's because one is actually we're not doing a where clause or an equal clause in one versus the other. But I think it would still give us the same thing. Let me see. Oh, that's a little easier. We're getting that console log. Above the if. Async away. Yep. Everything looks good. Do just comment out the line 37. Let's see if it just if it console logs then. Yeah, kill your server and run it again. Okay. So yeah, it looks like the using the equals, it returns differently, I guess. So those it doesn't log those. Go let's see, scroll up in your server real quick. I'm sorry, in your terminal, your terminal server, your server terminal. Blah. Yeah, I just kind of want to see what it's showing at the top of that. Okay, so data is there. So it's returning data still. I don't know. Let's ask Claude, see what Claude has to say. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen here. Okay. Let's say, hey, why? Uh, actually, let me just add my own console. Let's see, console. Okay, good. Oh, mine did console log. Hmm. I have data up here.
I'm just going to try this.
Weird. Yeah, I don't know why mine's logging and yours is not. Wonder. Let me do. Yeah, so we're in. Share yours again, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Let's see.
Tried simplifying the console log for data
Yeah.
just to make it match.
Oh,
Is
go
it
ahead and just like trash can all of your servers. Let's start over. Maybe something's getting stuck in there.
pretty out total?
All right.
All right, it's not going to.
Oh, yeah, you probably see it in there. Is that the right place? Oh, you need to be in a capital expense tracker final. I think it's, yeah, dash instead of underscore final.
Okay, so from here I should be good, right?
You got to go into your server folder.
Oh, okay. All right, now
Yeah. So now you stream from start. And then just grab that other one you opened up. Yeah. And just do your curl in there.
HTTPS. Is it local?
Yep. Localhost. Colon.
Port
I assume you're in 3,000. No, you don't have to put port, just 3,000. The colon tells it it's going to be port.
2001.
Oh, then you got to do your actual route. So your slash
Oh yeah,
utility, whatever. Are you in 3001 or 3000?
2001.
Okay,
Because I had something open and I just remembered and changed it.
gotcha. Okay.
What was it? Utilities slash expenses? Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're on line 33. Yep. What? Oh, you have S. Just HTTP instead of HTTPS. Since we're on a local host, it's just H. If there's no S, it's not secure, basically. All right. Then go get your other guy. There you go.
Okay, I think I changed no, I didn't. I commented, I took out the comment, but now it's showing everything.
Uh,
Maybe the utilities needs to be lowercase.
no, it needs to match what is in the database. But and it if you made it lowercase, it wouldn't return anything. Like it should be an empty array. But let's see. Scroll up a little bit in your page. Oh, you didn't save your server.js file. Okay, go ahead and kill your server again. Run it again. All right, run that again. Okay, so you're getting those back. So there we go. Now you got it. Yeah, I think something was just hung up like it does.
Okay.
So,
Thank
yep. All right. Anything else? All good? Making sense a little bit? Cool. Okay, so now we have, what have we done? All right, so we got all the expenses, we got certain expenses, and now let's say we wanted to get a specific expense. So this is going to be very similar, except for this time, imagine that we're on the front end and somebody clicks like one of the expenses and they just want to see that specific one. What we're going to do is from our front end, we're going to pass the ID of that expense. So if you remember back here in our JSON, when we created these, let me see where we created it at. Where's our add expense? Delete. Yeah, okay. So when we created the expenses, we gave it an ID, remember? So this is the ID that we're going to get from our database. So see, it has this ID column. Like this is how we're going to match that whenever we click it on the front end to what's in our database. So this is what we need. We're going to be passing. And we'll do this next week as we work with the front end. But right now we're just testing our back end, right? So I'm just going to grab this ID, just copy this to my clipboard. And then that's going to be what I use to get that specific record. Okay. So if I go here, so I'm going to go back to my server, rid of this guy. And we're going to do a new one. We're going to say get specific expense. And I'm just going to paste that ID here just so I know what I'm going for. And so this is going to be very similar again, except we're going to actually pass that ID in, right? So I'm just going to copy this one and just paste it down here. And then I'm going to change this and just call it expense. And then we're going to use that slash and we're going to do colon ID. Now, what this is going to do is when I'm passing my curl or when I'm sending my curl, I can actually pass in this ID in my route. So it would be slash expenses slash this ID. And this colon ID tells the route that this is going to be a parameter passed in that I want to find or that I want to use for something. Okay. So this is kind of like in our, let me go to my JavaScript again. Like here, we're passing like description and amount and stuff into our function. Same concept. We're just passing it in the route. Okay. Just right here in the route. And so then in my select here, I want to find the record where the ID equals the ID, right? Or the, oh, how do you do that? Rec.params.id. Okay. Rec.params, this is, so remember rec is request. So that's what we're sending in. And then the colon makes it a parameter that we're sending in to the request. And then ID is the name of that parameter. Okay. So that's where this comes from. Rec, it's a request coming in. It's a parameter in there. And then its name is ID. Okay. So we're going to select all from that one, and then we'll console log it. And all the rest of that should be the same. I'm going to change this to just say record. Nah, let's leave it as data. Data's fine. Don't worry about that. It's fine. Yep. Okay. You'll copy that down, and then I'll run it. Oh,
I have a question.
yeah.
So I'm not seeing where you put the actual ID in, or
Yeah, we're going to put that in our curl.
oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, so this is just a parameter, like a placeholder saying I'm going to take in an ID when this route gets hit.
Okay.
Okay, y'all got that down? Okay, so I'm gonna kill my server, start it over, so I get my changes, and then in my curl, same thing, localhost 3001, and then it's gonna be this route, right? So expenses, which probably could have been singular, but that's fine. Expenses, and then slash, and then the ID, the actual ID itself. So I'm gonna grab that ID, put it in there. Oops. Okay, there we go. So this is what I'll run. I have expenses and then slash the actual ID. So it should bring me back just the one record, which it did.
Oh, I know. I'm in the wrong folder. Let's see. Mine is not working.
Okay. Want to share?
Sure. Getting a lot of screen time today.
Hey, that's all right. This is good. All right. Utilities D.
I know what it is. I think this needs to be expenses, doesn't it?
It needs to be whatever you're trying to hit. Yeah.
I don't know.
There you go. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Very good.
Thank you. I just needed some pressure. That's all.
That's it. Did good. Elizabeth and Laura, is y'all's working? You good?
I can't get mine to work either, honestly.
All right. Throw it on there. Let's check it out.
Okay. Sometimes. All right. Okay, I've started and killed about 25 different servers practically,
Okay.
but it still insists that it can't find what it is. This thing will go away. Okay. So curl.
OS.
Oh, maybe that's what my problem is. And you just got done telling. Okay, localhost. Extensions. And then paste thing.
It'll technically work without that.
Will
But
it? Okay, I wondered about that
Yeah.
because seems like I'm forever forgetting these.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's only if there's a space somewhere in your thing, it won't like it. So it's good practice
like it.
either way. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so this is the same issue that I keep getting.
Okay, let's see. So yeah, your route looks fine. Are you on, what's your port in your
My
ENV?
it's 3000. Oh, my port in my
Okay.
yeah, it's 3000.
Not get expenses. Okay. Go back to server.js, please.
Okay.
And let's see, expense. Oh, I wonder. No, you just copied it from the database. That should be fun. Expenses.
Did you refresh your server after making the changes?
Well, maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't refresh my server. Okay, so I just kill it and then I'll just kill both of them. Okay. And then I always forget how to, is it CD server?
Yeah, if you're in the
Okay.
right one, yeah.
And then how do I, is it npm start?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right. So there we go. All right. Now let's try another one. Okay.
There you go.
Yay.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, you figured it out.
I kept
Thank
doing
you.
the same thing, so don't feel bad.
Gee whiz, I tell you. Okay. Thank you.
Cool. All right.
How do I-
Any other questions? All good. Cool. All right, we got about 15 minutes. Let's see what else we can do in this time. I don't think we'll do any actual updating yet. We can work on that later. Let's see. So you can do delete. It's very similar to like looking up a specific one. Let's see. Just wondering if there's anything more useful to go over. No, okay. Yeah, so we'll just do a delete route. So I'm just gonna grab this this specific one that we did here and just put it down here on this delete one. Since those just gets since this is a delete, there's an app.delete, right? Remember there's delete and put and post and get. So we've only done get so far. So this will be an actual delete. And it's going to be the same way. We're going to have our expenses / ID. But instead, when we do our curl, we're going to pass it as, or we're going to do a delete curl instead of a get curl. So that's a little bit different. And then in our actual function here, it's going to be delete instead of like searching for it. Like we don't need to search for it. We just want to get rid of it. So it'll be the same thing from our expenses table. Instead of dot select, we're going to do dot delete. And then what do we want to delete? We want to delete the thing that has the ID equal to the ID we're passing, right? So the same as the other thing before. And then our response status in this, instead of sending back data, because we're not trying to get data back, we just want to make sure it gets deleted. We are going to actually send a status back, and this is going to be a 204, which is the response code for successfully deleted, I think. And then we just want to send this. Okay. So when you're reaching out like to get some data, you just send the data back. Like you don't really need to send any explanation or anything. Just say, okay, you want a data, here's data, cool. Anything else, you want to send back like a success message and say, hey, you wanted this deleted, cool, it's now deleted. Or if there's an error, here's your error code or whatever. So in this case, we're saying we're setting the response status 204. So say success, because 200 means success, and 204 meaning successfully deleted. And then we want to actually send that back. Okay. So those are the kind of little changes there. So I'm going to grab the same ID we had up here and just bring it down here. And put that over there. Okay. And then in my curl, let me see. Let me ask Claude real quick. Oops. Okay. Yeah. Move that up a little bit there so I can see what I got here. So I'm going to restart my terminal. There it is. So our curl is going to be pretty much the exact same, except for we need to specify that it's a delete. Gets, you don't have to specify that it's a get, so that's why we've just been able to do curl and then the endpoint. Anything else, you got to specify what it is. So we're going to do curl, and then we have to do a -x, which means, hey, we're going to specify what this is, and then just do delete. And then your path with your endpoint that you're going to hit. So it's going to be expenses, just like we had, and then the ID. Again, the thing that makes it different is that it has this -x delete. So if I run that, then I get nothing back here, but in my server, well, it's sending me back the data, which is why it's sending back the data. Well, that's fine. So data's null. So if I go to my database real quick, and I'm just going to copy this guy and look for that one. So select all from expenses where ID equals that. This should be empty. It shouldn't be anything there. Okay, no rows returned. So it did successfully delete it. It just didn't really give us a very good message that it did, but I still wonder why it said data. That's okay.
Can you show the curl command that you used again?
Yep. And here. There we go.
Okay. HTTP. Okay, and you got data null
Yep.
and airframe superbase null. Okay. Okay, worked.
Worked. Sweet. Did this work, Laura?
I kind of can't really tell. I didn't get data null, but it just kind of didn't do anything.
Okay. Hop into your database and see if
Okay.
run this SQL query and see with your ID here.
Okay.
And you could also just run the other curl where you're actually trying to get the data back too. Either way.
Success. No rows returned. So it looks like it did
Okay.
work.
Yep. Yeah, I think we could definitely have a better status message. Like we could have this, but we could do like we were doing up here with this data. We could have like a rest.json or even a rest.send that like said something like, successfully deleted or something. This will work. Let's see. Good. Let me see. By the way, if you do go through and like delete all your records, that's fine. You can run that seed command again, like we did in the beginning, and it'll reseed your database with all those records. So just so you know. Let's see. Let me change this ID to the other one. Let me restart my server. Yep, so there's data null. Well, we could change this up and make it send back other stuff, but it's working, so that's good for now. Cool. Questions? Nothing?
Could I see your query for checking the individual one?
Yep. There you go.
Oh, okay. So initially what I did was I just did the utilities one because it was a utility billing and one was missing. And I wanted to do the specific ID, but I forgot the single quotes.
Gotcha.
So it didn't
Yeah.
do like
This could be double quotes also. It doesn't matter. This has to be, it's a string, so it has to be quoted.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Sweet. Yeah, so normally we don't do this till like week 3, so y'all are advanced. Go get about yourselves. And this is good because it'll make everything else really come together and make a lot more sense than trying to like, I don't know, pigeonhole it all together as we go. So the homework will be a lot of SQL practice, and some async await promise stuff just to learn about it. And then probably Wednesday, we'll talk about it, of course. But if we have time, we may. Let me see. We'll probably create a categories table and do kind of the similar thing we did today as much as we can in an hour. But kind of have you guys write at least one route, like how to reach out and get the categories and stuff like that. So, and then of course next Saturday, really diving into it and updating and all that good stuff. I did want to ask, Memorial Day weekend. Maybe I should discuss with Derek first, but I was gonna see. I don't have anything going on, but if y'all did, we could potentially adjust Saturdays. If not, we can just keep it out as make it easy. But just thought I'd kind of throw that out there. So think about it. Yeah, other than that, anything else? Feeling good?
I'm just gonna say I would prefer that we swap Saturdays personally.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to Derek about it and message you guys and we can figure it out.
Yeah, that
Lord.
sounds good to me.
Oh, there you go. Derek's all good. Okay, well, I'll send you out like a final decision beforehand. Yeah, so this normally we lose people like last module and then this module. So I mean, y'all are doing great. As long as this is clicking, like I think, you're gonna go far. And you're gonna make it through. So this is like the hump. Derek's stuff is way cooler and more fancy, but this is the stuff you got to know to make all of that much easier. So
Yep.
doing
My stuff doesn't work without knowing these principles.
100%. So, cool. All right. Well, if y'all got nothing else, then we can take off and I'll send this homework and stuff out and have fun.
Have a
Bye.
great weekend.
Later.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.